Hello and welcome to more Stanley Parable. Hey guys, enter time. It is 9, 10, nope, PM. Confirm. Hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Okay? Yes? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you've booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Okay. Hello, and welcome back to the Stanley Parable 2. I should turn the volume up for myself. We are back again. Literally the very next day. Oh, you know what? I should turn on my little avatar. Bucket. Yeah, I messed around with some stuff. I gave myself a bucket. I also, think I got the follower, alert working now. I think I've got alerts working. Kind of. I don't know. Learning all this stuff is confusing. Very confusing. Let me take a look at the stream real quick. I'm not dropping frames. That's good. All right. Let us begin. The Stanley Parable 2. The end is never the end is never the end is loading.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I'll let this play out. Oh, it's still got the balloons.
Big building where he was
Good.
Number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor at his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day, every
Click.
day of every
Click.
year.
Click.
Although others might
Click.
have considered it
Click.
soul-making, Stanley
Click.
relished every
Click.
moment that
Click.
the orders came in,
Click.
as though he had been
Click.
made exactly for
Click.
this job.
Click.
Stanley was happy.
But then one day,
And then one
something
day,
very
something
peculiar
very
happened.
peculiar
The Stanley Parable had a
Something that
sequel,
would forever change Stanley.
and the sequel was in the main
He'd never
game.
quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
Hello,
No
Crystal.
one showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk.
Welcome back.
and
Trophy
stepped into the
earned.
office.
Just playing it a second time, or quit the game and then start it again? I've already got 54% of the achievements in this game. Crazy.
All of his co-workers were gone.
What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Figurine Finders Committee meeting today in the meeting room. Was that always there? bucket. Oh, yeah, you got my sticker still.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
I want to check something. I want to see if everything has new dialogue with the bucket.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the trophy? Click a door 5 times? Is that all you think a trophy is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks? Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
No bucket? You're not going to mention my bucket? Well, fine. Let me try doing a different thing.
Yes.
Yes!
The bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my
Yes!
true
Do it!
self. The bucket began to tell
Oh,
Stanley
yes, please!
the history of the countless wars
Oh.
it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers
Oh.
of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice.
Can't believe this is all.
And the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and
Where did the
wishes
window
met
go?
halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon
I am
as
so
the warm
lost.
glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gamhorata first ensnared me in
What?
his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed,
The music?
the bucket revealed its true form.
What?
Transforming into a mighty beast
What?
of untold power. Its fangs glistening like...
No! No!
Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon
can't
its
look.
power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this
No.
bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
My bucket! My bucket!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bucket.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Much better. Much better. You're the real bucket. The other one was fake. That wasn't the bucket. It was a lie.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Sure thing. There will be a reward for finding them all. Nice. Stop kidding yourselves. I want them so much. I want to go home. There will be cleaning of this wall required. Who are you? 666 lol. Oh, it looks like 427. Ha ha ha. 5 there be. Just take it from me. Gotta collect them all. Places to search. Mission status. Inside of a sequel exhibit. 2. A large room. Lots of boxes. 3. Stairs. Something to do with stairs. 4. Somewhere both red and blue. 5. Nearby a fireplace. 6. A private but smelly place for an important person. Is this some kind of a game? There must be a point to all this. Warehouse access plan. 1. Produce 1 plank to allow ease of access past fence. 2. Construct bridge to allow collection of shiny float. 3. Retrieve Chris's remains from warehouse floor. 4. Construct new structurally sound bridge. We need more planks. A, B, turn right. No bucket. Is that a bucket? It looks more like a gas tank. No, it's a bucket. I refuse. Whatever that requires. So don't take a bucket. A and B, turn right. I know where... Is this the doors I passed A and B, or is this the red and blue doors? Because that could very well be not an A and B, but an R and B. Red and blue. Shh. Fireplace. Quiet. Keypad, fireplace. The opening secret door. That's the fireplace. Somewhere nearby a fireplace. So behind the... Or beside the fire... I was in that room already, though. Okay, that's the toilet. Okay, stairs. So I need to go downstairs? Stairs. Something to do with stairs. I know where the stairs are. Okay. Large room, lots of boxes. That might be the warehouse room that I passed earlier. Oh, trust the completionist instinct. Gerard! I must become Gerard! Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless, to be honest. Weird spinning figurines. Ideas. Why do they kind of look like 427? Should we make them employees? Maybe. Interesting, yes. What do they want? Our data, stock options, money. Saw one in the cargo room. Employee 421 building a bridge. Bonus staff. NDA. Do we need contracts for them? Potential liability. Can we sell them? Obviously, more money if sold together. How many are there? 6, 5, 7. Why floating? Magic. Our quarterly success? Magnets. How do they work? Training, exercise, or by management. Training, exercise by management. Dreams. Artists rendering. Agenda. How can you tell you've spotted one? What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? Maybe we are the collectibles. Follow clues provided by employee 416. We can do it. Red room. Employee 416. We need to find 416's room and figure out who that is. Thank you. Good luck. Okay, findings. To whom it may concern, I managed to pick up sounds unusual to our regular office ambience or local. How can we find them? Bottom text. Microphones, also known as directional mic, and microphone which picks up sound from a particular area. Small floating objects have appeared across the office. We have to synergize our resources to ensure their retrieval. There are many questions. There was no memo for management. Analysis of recording allowed me to triangulate the source of the strange. How can you tell you spotted one? What makes it float in the air? Okay, I already read that one. Data shows that, in all likelihood, it's coming from a dark area behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks like reverberance off of a porcelain surface. Anyone have any ideas on this? Wouldn't you like to know? Okay, so that's not like the fireplace and the... Ooh. Help, I'm a post-it. Where are they? Please, do not leave the office before reporting back on any new findings. Teamwork and... Thank you. Was this here last time I came in through the bucket? I think I would have noticed this big writing on the wall.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for
Oh,
hours.
yes.
But alas, no stickers.
You know what, narrator? I believe you. Let's go. Oops. Totally by accident. Now.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini Stans? Stanley figs.
Well, I like Stanley figs.
What about Stanley?
I like Stanley
And
figs.
I like that. Another Stanlerine under your
Okay, I guess we're going with Stanlerine. Wish I could read that. It's a little drawing of a cat on a motorcycle? Cactuses? You know what? I might be able to read that. Give me a second. Hi, Lori. I wrote this in first period and left it in your locker on the way to second. It's what all the cool kids are doing, I've decided. Write me back. Also, here's an idea for something to draw. 2 cats on a motorcycle. Oh yeah, look, the second tiny cat on the back of the motorcycle. I didn't notice that. Hey, this is a good idea. What all the cool kids are actually doing is swapping each other pages in their lockers. Also, we're cooler than them because guess what? They don't put something. I don't know. It's too small to read clearly. Okay, I'm going back up. I just came down here to get that Stanlerine. I cannot turn fast enough. Jump. Man, Stanley, you turn so slowly. Anything new in here? Got the feeling money's for stealing. Business strategy. Doors monthly. Or is it outdoors? It looks like doors. Shapes. Exclusive. Lenny Smith talks about his new box. Elevator. Was this in the other game? I feel like this was, because I feel like I recognize this song. But I guess it is just generic elevator music. Was that the narrator? Sorry, you're going to hear an echo. I got to turn this up. Here, I'll mute the microphone for a second. Yep, the narrator is humming along. I was not. Yeah, I was muted. So, is this not? Is this never ending? This is the same floor. What if I go up? I have a feeling nothing's gonna happen, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Okay.
Stepping in.
Well, I guess I ditched the narrator. Where to now? Is this? Yeah, okay. Thought that looked different for a second. That's closed. Okay. Guess I'm headed back to the beginning. I've ditched the narrator. I've lost him. Stairs. Something to do with stairs. Not crossed out yet. Oh, wait. I need to find employee 417's office, right? It's kind of quiet. Okay, employee 417. You're the one to talk to about figurines. Waiting input. Four 416. Oh. It's 416? I thought it was 417. I might be thinking of Stanley, employee number 427. I forget what this is. I remember that you could see, go out those doors. I forget what this actually is. You are now leaving. The red door. It's the red door. Oh well, you are now leaving. Hey. This is my office. Yeah, that's where I came from. Okay, so yeah, this is outside the window. There is a place outside the window. It's not a white void. Because there's 437, 430, 427's right over there. Escape Pod Bay, floor 760. I'm on 754. Wait. This is the same one. How many Stanleys are there? It's all the same. I'm not reliving my life over and over. There's a million Stanleys. Or at least 756 of them. What's fun is now I can, like, even though I barely remember some of these endings the way they were, I'm gonna, like, if they all have the bucket incorporated into them at least a little bit. I feel like it wasn't quite this. I don't think you could see through the windows maybe in the original one, or at least I didn't look through them enough. I don't think when I played this before I was quite as taking my time studying every single thing. I love doing that now. I just love playing games as slow as possible and soaking up every tiny bit I can. We'll initiate a relay that once triggered cannot be disabled or paused. Both the narrator and, I'm guessing, Stanley, the player, must be present in order for escape. Unreadable. Out as intended. Something to play out as intended. Well, the narrator's not here. The player is here, but the narrator is not. Yeah, entering. Warning, entering this escape pod will initiate a relay that once triggered. But I don't have the narrator with me. So what happens? Narrator, you better be with me. At least I've got the bucket. Bucket. We can't both escape. No, Bucket. No. It must be you. Don't cry, Bucket. Don't cry. There's only enough room for one of us. You go. I'll be the narrator. I'll be the narrator, and you will be the player. You will make it out of here. Goodbye. And now I repeat. And now I repeat. Did I get this ending yet?
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever.
I'm small.
Stanley
Small.
waited. Hours passed. Then days.
I am tiny.
Had years gone by?
Tap,
He no
tap,
longer
tap,
had the
keys,
ability
tap,
to
tap,
tell.
tap.
But the one thing he knew for sure beyond any doubt
Spin and
was that if he waited
chair.
long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end.
I feel like I might have done this ending already in this playthrough.
Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
At least it's a quick one.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Replacement bucket. I don't know if that sign was there before. You're in.
And try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
Okay. So it is. I don't think that sign was there before. Hello, new bucket. I see you've got the same stickers as my other bucket. We'll find another way out of here. One way we can both get out. Don't worry. You know, maybe if we... Doing some good work there, Balloon. Doing some good work. You keep it up. Employee number 416.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the...
Hey, Bucket, you want to go check out the room with all the boxes?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
I gotta check out the fireplace, too.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Be My Valentine. Have I seen that one before?
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected
Fuel.
on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
Oh my god, number 3 on this.
This was where the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the empty...
Dude, I am so wasted right now.
Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
Hereby, the following members approve this statement. We all agree that we are wasted.
Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
What is it? What is it about this place? The weeks I've spent here, they feel like mere seconds. Something by extension, but so they might something. Is it the nature of man? Is it the nature of this? Is it the nature of this? It's excuse. I can't read this writing. Would I say the lounge has something? Yes, but in a cryptic tongue, crafted specifically for this very something, the past that never happened. Also, I'm hungry. Yeah, they do have a drink machine, but no snacks. Yeah. They don't got any snacks here. Coffee nut. Nerd.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
Room with boxes.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Okay. I'll listen to you, Bucket. You know what you're doing, I'm sure.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between...
Ooh, Figlies. I like Figlies.
What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by one? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Still, I feel like I'm too low. I'll die if I fall. Oh, man. Oh, man. How are these sticking up? Makes no sense. Ooh, vent. Whoop. Ooh. White walls. This is new. This is brand new. Cassette tapes. Narrator dialogue. Has it been a pre-recording this whole time? Alright. Let's see. Anything else I can see around here? Fragile. There's so much narrator dialogue. Gene, lost cat, no! There is a reward. Gene, I will find you. I will find you, Gene. Narrator sound system. Evidence number 252.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. Sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation.
Gotta turn it down, it's getting louder.
Still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this...
Yeah, I noticed my character's mouth was opening and closing when I wasn't saying anything. I was like, it's picking up for sure.
What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
What just happened? What just happened? Blue office.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Welcome to the whiteboard ending. Wait. Wait.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Dog mode. I press button and it bark. Oh, really? Is there any more ending to it? Is it just that it has the dog thing there? Whiteboard ending. Welcome to the whiteboard ending. I'm gonna take a screenshot. Actually, no, I want dog mode. The check mark in my picture. The whiteboard ending. Yeah, that's good. Framing. Yeah, just press X and it barks now.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket.
I got a rare ending. I got a rare maybe ending. I found the whiteboard, got the dog mode. Gonna go open every door.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
You never know when something might change and I can open a door.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes.
This
Good,
bucket.
said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious
This
fact.
bucket makes me
He was fully
feel
convinced that the bucket
invincible!
and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Can I still bark? No! No!
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Who's following me? Why'd you take my barks away? This game's failure. This game is the worst now. Bucket. Bucket. It's not the same anymore. I can't bark. Hey, the rope's gone. Can you get down there? Maybe. Maybe now that that bridge is there, I can find a way to slowly drop down. I'm going to try. I'm going to bring Bucket with me. We're going to make it, Bucket. Bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it no? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Let's see. What can I drop down onto that's higher up? Actually, really not anything.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die.
I'm just gonna skip that.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
I'm gonna go.
To the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket.
I'm gonna go to the fireplace,
telling him
actually.
that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
I haven't been in here so far. This entire time playing this game, I never went through this section. I feel like there's probably just one ending down here. I forget what ending is down here. But I feel like it's like the downstairs of the stairs. It just has one ending, and so it's the place I go to the least. Near a fireplace, somewhere both red and blue. Those doors, the red and blue doors. That needs to be the next thing I do.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the bottom.
I turn so slowly.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the wit, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
And here's where we left off yesterday. Oh, you're looking it up? Okay. I mean, I'll find stuff out. I'll find it. If you do find out, well, I guess I'll wait till you're back. But, you know, don't tell me how. Just let me know if it's possible. Blinded by the light. Hello, little Stanlerine, Figley, Figurine, Stan Figley.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now, we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Figure on your rings and the rings. Alright, let's see. Can I leave now? Now that I've come up here, can I just leave? Is this door open? Can I open this door? Eight. 8. Going down the elevator, going down the elevator. Property of Stanley.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards
But I have the
an
bucket.
unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty,
8.
he would be all right.
8.
The bucket is here
Up,
for you, Stanley.
down.
Everything will be fine. Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something
Ooh.
very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. Bucket said nothing.
I'm gonna go press the number 3. 3.
3, 3, 3,
8.
3. Gonna go press the number 3.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over.
8.
3,
Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life.
3.
Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Okay, so I can hold it. That's another way to take screenshots on this. Cool, cool, cool. Good to know. Okay, back down we go. I guess there was nothing here. 3, 3, 3.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
Hello, welcome back.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Come on, bucket. It's 3. 3. 3, 3, 3, 3. 3, 3, 3. It's like 8, but missing part of it.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
No! No! It's ruined! Might as well get some 8. I just realized when you first enter 8, 8, 8, 8, it doesn't do the 8. I just realized that's because you have to enter 8 times.
8.
I'm dumb. I only just realized that. Well, there we go. We've pressed 3 33 times, maybe. I don't know.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Maybe not. Maybe the bucket just will never get it. You know what? No. We will figure this out, Bucket. We will figure it out. You and me, Bucket. You, me, the number 3.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a
Press
where
conference.
he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3
Yes.
over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes
Of course.
others. It would get to see the world react
Ooh, you can
to
see
this
up there.
discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would
Oh.
fully understand Stanley's work.
Nah, you know what? I'm good. Let's go back down.
For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
The storyteller. Stanley reveals all in his new book. World's healthiest human being. All tricks revealed. How we did it. The pyramids. Live. The guy who went to Mars. Stanley, 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 Stanley. I can't wait to tell you all about buckets. An evening with world peace, baby. Q&A with world's first sentient machine. The Stanley Parable, Stanley, tonight, live on stage. The man, the process, the myth, the legend, the parable. Stanley from the Stanley Parable, tonight, live on stage. Doing great. A conversation with Alexander the Great. Three, 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 three. Oh, it's my chair, employee 427.
This was it. One
Indoors
last
monthly.
chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Congratulations, Stanley. Remember where you came from. Your co-workers. 3 again. 3 again. The Stanley story. 3 again. 3 again. It's like, I don't know. 3 again, 3 again. The Stanley story. Ooh, where have I been? Wish you were here. Aloha from the Freedom Ending. Narrator Airlines. Official. I went to the mind control facility, and all I got was this lousy sticker. Adventure 8 awaits. 8. 427, 427. I played the demo. What is this? Oh, I've got a little tiny golf thing. Yeah, I can play a little tiny golf. No, someone spilled a drink. I like work. I just hate my boss. Oh. An audience with the dude who came up with pizza. Hey, you! You came up with pizza. I love pizza. Up again, down again. The Stanley story. Oh, I have another book, huh? Oh, hey! This must be my golf ball. It's on the other side of the thing. Oh! The Guy Who Went to Mars. Let me read all these. I think that's the only one I haven't read before. Featuring keynote speaker, the Lord, and meet and greet. There's been an empty one.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Sad. The end is never the end is never the end is never loading. I saw that text narrator. What were you about to say?
All of his co-workers were gone.
I don't think that was it.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bucket.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
This is different. This is different. Gonna click every single door I see. Just different. Nothing special about any of this. Nothing special. Just a different room hallway. Alrighty then, said Stanley, going to the red and blue doors.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
That room is
telling
such a
him that
mess.
The employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Danger, danger everywhere. Car, go! Operations manual. Your comprehensive resource for using the cargo lift.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay. Is this a bucket? Am I getting bucket ending?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's...
Haha, welcome back. I did a bucket.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
No. That's a pail, obviously.
It is a hologram of a bucket. Not a
Oh, I didn't know it was that, but it was definitely a pail. Even if it wasn't a hologram.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
I don't know. Turn it upside down, could be a hat.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is
Well, you know what? That one does look like a bucket. I think that one might be a bucket, but rule of threes. It can't be a bucket.
incorrect. This is a bucket.
Oh, I guess third time's the charm then. Not three, not rule of threes.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
That's a big bucket. Yes, that's a bucket.
Are you hallucinating? This
No,
is
it's a bucket.
It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible.
It's a big bucket.
Let's just move on to the next one.
Whoa.
Is this a bucket?
Nah, that one's that's not a bucket. That's definitely not a bucket.
Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Well, this is the sixth one, so it's roll 3 times 2. But 2 threes make a 3 again. Yes.
Trick question. Both.
Both. Oh, that was what the 3 2 times comes in. Yeah, makes sense. I should have got that. I should have realized.
I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Is this a bucket? No, that's a picture of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Yes, thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
I mean, when you think about it, everything is a bucket. Like even something flat, like a piece of paper, it can soak up and store water. You know, anything can be a bucket if you try hard enough. I'm trying a hard time to think of what couldn't be a bucket. I guess water. Well, you could freeze water into the shape of a bucket and then use that as a bucket. What couldn't be bucket? Air? Could air be a bucket? Well, I guess technically when you think about it, water evaporates and goes into the air. So water can be in the air and then it dumps it back out and that's rain. So air could be a bucket. Yeah, I think everything is a bucket.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out.
Well, I just did what you do, narrator.
What is,
I rambled.
What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is?
Exactly, narrator. Are you a bucket?
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets.
But you're a bucket. But you're a bucket.
Okay, here we go.
You're going to erase yourself.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I have no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
There we go. Now I kind of
All of his co-workers were gone.
want to go back to the bucket quiz and just answer yes to everything's a bucket.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
You know what? I bet the rope was here so that you had to walk past the bucket the first time. Where's the enter input one? One enter in the input. Where's the input? Awaiting input?
Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone? Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the trophy? Click a door 5 times? Is that all you think a trophy is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks? Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this trophy to...
Where's your subtitles?
It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment. A willingness...
Where's your
to go
subtitles?
all the way, no matter the cost. Why don't you put 20 bucket touches into...
Bucket touches!
7?
It has bucket dialogue. I've got to do it. I've got to do it. Bucket touches!
Okay, Go touch the bucket on door 437 a few times.
437. No, wrong way. Nope.
Yes, now we're getting somewhere. How about door 415? Give it some bucket love.
Bucket love. Oh God. Oh God, no. Homestuck. No! Ah! Why you remind me? I went so far without thinking Homestuck. No, it's all ruined. The bucket's ruined.
7.
Where's 437? There you are.
You know, I think the coffee machine needs some attention. Why don't you rub the bucket on it a bit? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now bring the bucket on top of employee 419's desk. Yes, this is great. Now the bucket knows exactly what it's like to be employee 419. Now, let's introduce it to door 416.
416, that's... Here. There you go, 416.
We've almost got it. Now make the bucket and the copy machine touch
Copy
again.
machine. I looked away for a second and ran into a wall.
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 touches of the bucket on door 430.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Did it! Wow, that felt amazing. You know, not all buckets will get this kind of experience.
All right, let's continue. Let's see. Where to now? Where to now? Let's see about getting the... Well, wait. Oh, no. I've got to get rid of the bucket. I need the red and blue doors. Actually, hey, you know what?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket...
I know where we should go. I wonder what that ending's changed to. There's some endings I remember that I haven't played on this version, but I remember what they originally were. So I'm going to listen to the bucket when I get back here.
To go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Isn't 413 the Homestuck number? No, it wasn't 415 that made me think Homestuck.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Phone?
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home where we can go about life together.
I don't know, Bucket. Do I want to do that? What are my other options, Bucket? Can I just leave? I don't know. I kind of miss your fun voice. This voice is kind of not the voice I like. Let's not do that.
Oh, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up?
No, the
joke?
thing that...
Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic
The thing that
timing.
reminded me of Homestuck
I
was...
wish I were better.
Give me a second. Let me wait till they're done
Isn't
talking.
exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right
Oh,
here.
oh, instructional video. Okay. What kind?
What is
Oh, goody.
what is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit with one of your arms raised straight upward.
Why are they
at a
Simpsons
15-degree
characters?
angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny."
I'm Dunny with the funny. I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, with each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles, all of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may
What was that?
reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Give me a second. Give me a second. Wrong button. Let me wait and see if you say anything first. No, not start new recording. No, stop. Let's go back 1 minute. Okay.
Children must go after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may
So that's what it was. Is it just the same thing but in a different... Nope. Okay, I just wanted to see if that was. Can't answer the phone now. Can I plug it back in? Nope.
I can feel it. This time, I I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we have the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy,
I think...
that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley. The bucket spoke. The bucket spoke.
I like that voice.
Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to over.
Hey, Stanley. I'm the bucket. Yeah? I'm the bucket. Let's go back there and listen to his joke. Alright. Is it just me or this narrator? Are you getting affected by Cookie Nine's comments still, saying you weren't funny? It was bad, pressurized gas reviews. You still being affected by those?
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Alright, do your comedy timing.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. Now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it
Oh, sorry, buddy.
And it's all my
Oh, no, it's not your fault.
Comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake.
No.
I've made a fool of myself.
No.
King of comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest.
No, you're
telling
fine,
the world.
bud.
I think I need to go back and rewatch that.
No, you don't need to do that.
Yes, surely that will help me improve my.
No, you don't need to do that.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door.
All right, we'll give you another try. Come on, let's see what goes on here.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors.
I'll give you one more chance to make the phone joke, buddy. One more chance. That's all you get.
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Well, that was your last chance. Sorry,
Here
bud.
we go. You ready?
I'm gonna go left. You can't make your jokes no more.
Into a set of two open doors. They entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading.
I'm sorry.
Phone. Did you not even
This
read the instructional video? I think this is all
is the Homestuck
very
room.
clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... It's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison.
Yeah, that was good. That was a good one. I like that one. Good one.
I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are.
It's just pale. Come on, you have some other stuff, right?
It is a delivery. Pale with shame. Pale with shame. Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so mental. I think I saw it playing guitar.
Oh, yeah, that's metal.
Getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional.
The true ending. The only ending with credits. Maybe, I don't know. Who's calling? Hello? Hello?
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Okay. All right. Now, where will we go now? We will... No. No bucket this time. No bucket. I need the red and blue doors. No buckets. No buckets allowed this time. I need the red and blue doors.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley...
I'm waiting for the other stuff to reappear.
Perhaps he wanted to stop
Like, there was so many things he wanted to add to the Stanley Parable 2, but so far it's just the bucket and the collectibles. I haven't seen the jump zone yet.
To get back to business, Stanley took the first open
I haven't seen the button that says gym.
Stanley was so bad at
I haven't seen the free
it's
achievement.
incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
You said that you'd get that working for the Stanley Parable 2.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot.
Haven't seen it yet.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult.
How you get up there?
The fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something
Red
bad
and
to happen to
blue.
you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. And there it is. The last...
Stiggly Wiggly, I like that.
Savor this minute, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is...
It very much is.
I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So,
No bucket.
instead, I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Bucket's gone. I've got the figurines, the Stiggly Wigglies. 5th annual subcommittee. Dude, I'm so wasted. Okay, it's the dude I'm wasted one. I didn't hear you say anything. Ooh. You got some words on there now. Colorblind mode? I don't want to listen to you because I know what that leads to, and I don't want that.
Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating.
No, I don't want to go to the path you're leading me to.
All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
I've been through this ending. Unless there's something different, let's find out. But I don't have the bucket with me, so I don't think
You
so.
finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place.
I know.
Broken room,
I could do the baby thing for 4 hours. No, it's a work night again. I can't do that.
Out specifically for you. Do you not think
I'm gonna do that at some point.
Because I did.
I will do
It was
that.
all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Yeah, I've been this ending. The sequel is now paused. The sequel is now paused. The settings work this time. Oh, show color labels is turned on. That's why it said red and blue.
It'll stop you there.
Okay, let's restart. We gotta get our bucket friend. What? Crystal?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figures. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the
Memory Zone?
I would love nothing more than to revisit
Memory Zone! I love it! Play the song again. Sing the French memory song. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. What the? What? You seeing that? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Okay, it's fixed. That is weird. You seeing through that door? See what I'm seeing? And there's a moment, like, okay, that's a real place. You can see it. There's a moment where it transforms. And now it's not. It becomes like an image. That is weird. That's a bug. That's a bug 100%. Wow. Okay. Found a bug. Found a bug. Finally, I found a bug in a game on stream. I'm gonna catch up to Solid's bugs. Never. Too many. She finds too many bugs. I don't want to find that many bugs on games. Elephant door knocker. It's gone. Pressurized gas. So you found it. You made a new place. I love it. I love it. I need to play The Last of Us one day. One day. I can't remember. Is that on? I've got PlayStation Plus. I had PlayStation Now, which means because PlayStation Now is gone, I had a year of it. They've gone ahead and given me PlayStation Plus, the best version. So I have a ton of games now I can play. And I think I'm going to be playing those for a while. Stanley Parable, and then a bunch of those, and a bunch of other games. Oh, I haven't seen that cut before.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
We got 7 of 6 now, though. Ugh, they're creepy.
And here was the second Stanley. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom.
I did do that.
Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember?
Oh. I think it was under the stairs. Yeah, under the stairs.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, under the stairs. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your first time doing it.
Three.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a figure in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must.
I like pink room. Pink room, nice. Big apple. Big pink apple.
This was the 5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was behind the boss's office. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Yo, look at this editing job, narrator. You found it behind the boss's office. Thanks for watching. Yeah. Credits, director, narrator, edited by the narrator, music by the narrator, starring Stanley. See the narrator.
Takes you back
Sure
there.
does.
I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
I'm pretty sure I got the other one before this. The one that was replaced by the pink room.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinctly clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than
I don't know, that blue door doesn't seem as blue.
truly say how the mind works. All
These
I
doors
know
seem a
is
bit
that this is the
faded.
moment
I don't remember there being
when
lights up
I
here.
thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
You are in the present.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone. No, I'm not done.
Oh,
I'm not ready to
all right.
move on. Stop the
Oh,
loading
okay.
screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that
All right.
goes.
Let's do it. Let's collect some more. Always blue door. Never go in red door.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want
The
more.
door's more faded even?
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we
Yes.
watched?
Nice.
Yeah, I love that.
Love it too, buddy. Pink room.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Let's go to the warehouse. We didn't get that one last time. Nope, can't go to the warehouse. Ba ba. Ba ba. Yeah, I got the PlayStation Now thing specifically for playing old games, Harvest Moon, Ape Escape,
This was our second figure.
stuff like that.
Remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is.
And then I got the year thing as a gift. Like, I was just doing it for the month. And then I got a gift year thing for my birthday. So in November. So I've still got 5 more months. I haven't used it enough. I need to use it more before that's up.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Jump, 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 jump.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories. Oh, yes. The two doors. Who could have forgotten?
Not me, a classic memory. Yeah, you're right. employee number 427.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before?
Well, there was the
There's
beta version of the
yes,
game.
I can remember.
Back when it was on.
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to...
It's like the opposite of one of the other endings from the game, where Stanley invented the narrator.
I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling this story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
One last go. One last adventure.
All of his co-workers.
One last adventure turning
Stanley decided
left.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bucket, grab the bucket. I didn't grab the bucket.
Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Bucket, if this is our last adventure, let's just go home.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling
Let's go home,
him,
Bucket.
telling him that the employee lounge was
Bucket,
simply the place to be.
bucket,
And
bucket,
here it
bucket,
was. Had the bucket turned out to be
bucket.
correct? Was no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Okay. I saw that room fade in, and I thought it was doing the same thing as that other time.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way
Riding it to the top.
There's something up there I need.
All right, I will answer the phone this time, and we will
Stanley
go
did not
home.
question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets...
No!
But Stanley chose not to. But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to
I want to
the
just lean over the
separation of
edge.
himself and
Didn't want to die.
his dearest friend. So he threw himself
I
to his
didn't.
death,
I couldn't see my feet.
die in
I didn't have
his
feet.
arms. How deeply touching.
No, that was our last story. No, after all, the end is never the end. Is never the end.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply met. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man. And a
I do. I want to be better. I want to be better this time. I'll make it this time, Bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
You know, Bucket, I kind of want to take you to the bottom of the mind control facility
There's something up there I need you to do.
ending.
Stanley
I wonder what will happen there. Will they have a song about the bucket as well?
It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I wonder what more achievements I have. I haven't gotten any new ones.
In here,
Said the bucket.
go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Blinding lights.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I
Where's my
gave
bucket?
Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Bucket, I'm home. The beige pages. $0. Bucket. Bucket. Got the kettle on. Hey, Bucket! How you doing today, Bucket? Whoa, jazz music, aye? How are you, Bucket? Hello, Stanley. It's me, your Bucket. Press right to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow
Bucket?
of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Bucket. Just try and go take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him.
Bucket.
Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Back to work. What work?
Try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to
No,
a
buckets
different
can do a bit
location.
more than
That's
that.
it.
I
It
think,
doesn't
maybe.
do
You
anything
can wear it as a
else.
helmet. Don't listen to the loud man. Press up for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket.
Bucket.
You know, once upon a time, it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
What's outside? Nothing. Just reflections. Press square to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad. I suppose he doesn't
Getting
need me
darker.
anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Relive the same day over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket.
It's more
Why
than
do I
just a
feel some need
bucket.
to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket.
We can use a keyboard. Candlelit.
I'm having feelings. The
Oh God, narrator.
No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
You go ahead with that, narrator. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Well, okay, never mind. Hello, bucket. What's in our room? Got some more candles. Got a picture of a bucket. Got a picture of jazz nights, and there's a bucket. Lots of candles. Lots and lots of candles. What time is it? Oh, it's 0:13 now. Does the clock on the outside say that? Is that how long I've spent in this room? No? Why does it say 13? Okay, I thought that was another bucket. It's just a waste bin. Trash can. Frying pan. Wooden cutting board. Wooden bench. Very close to this wooden board of the bed. A candle on a wicker basket. You crazy. You're crazy bucket. Oh God, we've got to stop this. This place is going to burn down. A wicker basket. A candle on it.
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley. All right.
All of his co-workers...
What could it mean?
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had...
All right, I'm going to slowly work my way through all the endings I know about and get the bucket version of them. So, I think I've gotten every ending I can get down that way. If they don't let me take buckets past that point, I've fallen off the elevator and died. I've fallen off and gone to the place where you can't have a bucket. I've answered the phone. I've pulled out the cord for the phone. Now, I'll go this way.
The two of them detour through the maintenance section and walk straight ahead to the opposite door.
I'll be honest, I don't even remember what's down this way. Oh, wait, no, this is probably the confusion ending.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
I wish I found the... Oh, man, I don't get the regular yellow line ending because I have the bucket. I want to hear the yellow line music. I wish I got to the confusion ending without the bucket. We care about you, Stanley.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere.
You're still trying to get my bucket from me.
The original Stanley parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story
Yes.
involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line...
Ooh, yes, please.
Yes, that's what the...
Let's do it, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Computer, you too. Pencil sharpener. Big baby. Big baby. Never seen you this up close, big baby. Wife. Wife. Mannequin wife. The serious room. Oh, that's where you go for cheating. Fireplace. Yep. Mind control facility. 2 doors. Big baby. The Fern! Oh, I will memorize you, Fern. I will memorize you forever. Let's go, Adventureline. Let's go. Play the music, please.
Whee! Look at that wagging line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Yes! Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Ba-ba-ba-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Now this is what the
Bring it back.
parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley was addicted to drugs and hookers.
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
No. Ever dream this man? Thisman.org. Well, okay, give me a second. I've gotta. Thisman.org. Ever dream this man? Every night. Okay, let me do the thing where I. Ever dream this man? I don't have my phone. All right, let me get out my phone so I can look at chat. Thisman.org. Did Barry find this? Did Barry find thisman.org? Look, it's on. Look, I'm not just. This isn't just random. Look at this paper in the game. I bumped the mic. Ever dream this man? Every night, all blah blah blah. Can't read. www.thisman.org. And that's where we are now. Thisman.org. Ever dream this man? Every night, throughout the world, hundreds of people dream about this face. This face. History. In January 2006 in New York, the patient of a well-known psychiatrist draws the face of a man that has been repeatedly appearing in her dreams. On more than one occasion, that man has given her advice on her private life. The woman swears she has never met the man in her life. That portrait lies forgotten on the psychiatrist's desk for a few days until one day another patient recognizes that face and says that the man has often visited him in his dreams. He also claims he has never seen that man in his waking life. The psychiatrist decides to send the portrait to some of his colleagues that have patients with recurrent dreams. Within a few months, 4 patients recognize the man as a frequent presence in their own dreams. All the patients refer to him as this man. From January 2006 until today, at least 2,000 people have claimed that they have seen this man in their dreams. In many cities all over the world, Los Angeles, Berlin, Sao Paulo, Tehran, Beijing, Rome, Barcelona, Stockholm, Paris, New Delhi, Moscow, etc. At the moment, there is no ascertained relation or common trait among the people that have dreamed of seeing this man. Moreover, no living man has ever been recognized as resembling the man of the portrait by the people who have seen this man in their dreams. The aim of this website is to help those who have seen this man in their dreams and to foster communication among them, to understand who this man is and why he appears in an apparently patternless array of situations in the dreams of such diverse human subjects. Email info@thisman.org. Lots of dreams. Ooh, theories. Dream surfer theory, dream meditation, portraits. This man. I'm in Texas. Texas. You can see these flyers in different languages to help with our research. Please download them, print them, and put them up wherever you can. I'm guessing this is something from the old Stanley Parable game because it ends in 2013, which is... Or is this a real thing that they just put into the Stanley Parable? Is this real? What is this? I am so confused. Let's leave. Let's not look at this anymore. I don't want to look at this anymore. I'm tired of this man. Especially since that's a different face in the game. It's not the exact same man. It's a little different. It's like, it looks almost kind of Stanley-ish, I guess. That's what I thought it was at first, Stanley. I have no idea. That's weird. That is weird. That's the weirdest thing. This man. This is very Portal looking. You bring GLaDOS into this game, narrator, and I'll cry. Not kidding. I miss her. Bring GLaDOS back. Give me another Portal game. And not just the desk thing. That didn't have GLaDOS in it. It needs to have GLaDOS. If GLaDOS isn't in it.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get
No.
the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This
No, you're pulling a
is
GLaDOS.
Destroyer.
Don't make me get rid of the companion cube.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality.
What a fleshed out character.
Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back
No.
to the classic
Look at my
Stanley
avatar. Look at my
Parable
avatar.
characters like the Adventure Line
Bucket.
or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket.
I will never get rid of my
Now,
buckets.
The fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Bucket Destroyer Alone in the void.
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
It might be his own face. Davy? Davy. I don't know what Davy looks like.
Stanley knew the office layout like the
I
back
do.
of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they
Let's
were.
go destroy the bucket now.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded on. Stanley...
I'm gonna get every ending.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
I wonder how many more endings there are.
Oh, good Stanley, I'm glad
So am
you
I.
found
Let's
your
destroy this bucket,
I
shall we?
knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much.
I care about y'all
It's
too.
this bucket you're
Big
carrying
baby,
around
2
everywhere.
doors,
The
serious
bucket isn't
room,
even from the original Stanley parable.
bank control
It's just
facility,
sequel content.
computer,
We're the
pencil
ones that matter,
sharpener,
Stanley. Classic
mannequin
characters from
wife,
the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet.
broom closet,
Because that's
adventure
what fans
line.
want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too
Firm.
much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, that... Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh,
Music!
I need some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
Alright,
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character.
insert bucket to
This
destroy.
is the Bucket Destroyer. I
Go,
think
go,
it'll make a
go,
wonderful
go. I
new
love
addition
you,
to the
Bucket
rich lore
Destroyer.
of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
I do.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the bucket
The bucket's
destroyer will
looking
do.
at me.
It can't destroy your bucket. Destroy
Or
the
it's
bucket
refusing
is
to let me
all
put it
knows.
in.
That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait...
I'm clutching the bucket. I will not get rid of it.
Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this.
Destroy the bucket.
Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
I tried. I tried to destroy it. It was undestroyable. I couldn't part with the bucket. I couldn't do it.
The bucket destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much
Let's just go ahead and begin the game again, shall we?
All of his co-workers were gone.
Left turn.
Stanley decided to go to the
Bucket.
meeting. Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace. Protective, yet delicate. Assertive, yet compassionate.
Left turn.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
Oh, I haven't been back to this room since I collected all the collectibles. Oh, back to normal.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his bosses... Oh, Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his
I
boss
can't do
during
it.
work hours. He might be
I
fired.
might get fired
And
for
in
that.
such a competitive economy, why had he taken
Why had I
that
taken
risk?
that risk?
All because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred.
Yeah, he would think I was crazy.
Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
Maybe I am crazy. 1, 2B. We're 3. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3.
Usually
Words.
the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times.
General
such as
questions
these.
about bucket
He
filling.
held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort.
A short history of the relations between Poland and Austria-Hungary.
Everyday bucket. Someone
Recommendations
else's
for the
bucket.
Oversight
How
Committee.
did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychological
Where'd my bucket go?
presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed the runes were repeated, which was, of course, very odd. Now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've
Oh,
gone
God, my
truly
bucket.
mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me!
I'm coming.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket. Come to me, Stanley. Find
Nice.
me. He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his
Okay.
sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead
What?
in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular
Hey,
day,
look at that car.
her walk was interrupted by
Nice.
the body of a man who would
License
stumble
plate.
through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapse dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video
Oh.
game. It could all have been prevented.
It's the same license plate as before.
Bucket with him.
Just upside down because the car's backwards.
Realized he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Marietta thought. And she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself.
My life kicks ass.
And she bet her way to work.
Yes. Why can't I be following Mariella? Why I gotta be Stanley? Why I gotta be Stanley?
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone again. Stanley's bucket. The only...
Man, how many endings do I have left? I'm getting to the end.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. And
Getting to the end of the bucket endings. At least the ones that I know of. I think next I will...
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. Do 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 do.
To discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light... The bucket did not react. Except perhaps a tiny glow of warmth. Subtle, yes, but an unmistakable spark from somewhere deep within.
Did it not give me the code?
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
No, I know that. I'm just waiting for you to say something about it.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I have not. I'm working my way that way. I will be getting to those with the bucket. I've got another one I need to try the bucket first.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind
I needed to
Control
escape.
Facility.
But first, I gotta try this out with the bucket.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret! But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely
Thank you,
cushioned his
bucket.
fall. Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable
Okay.
down here.
We'll just have to stay here, bucket.
So they set up a little couch and relaxed.
Oh,
It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving convenience. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to
this
feel
is
like a
quite the
home.
home.
In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore
I
it.
haven't explored it
Never
yet.
been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control
No.
facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his
I would like to
regrets,
check.
and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected.
No, Stanley.
It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made
I want to do the true ending last. That's going to be my final
to
thing.
live its life down here
tonight.
as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't hereditary, but it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
I saw... I just want to see what that said. It said something. The bucket did not react, except for perhaps a tiny glow of warmth. That's weird that that dialogue's there. That's the dialogue that happens when you're in the boss's office.
What could it mean?
How strange.
Stanley decided
Strange
to go to
bug.
the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all?
So many different lines for picking up the bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
So, from what I can recall, I've got about 2 more endings left. I've got the escape ending, and then I've got to turn the mind control device on, and then there's the freedom ending
Was where he'd find answers.
with the bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss.
It's possible there's more that I'm not remembering.
Stepping into
Pretty sure there's a way to change what the boss's
Stanley
office
was
looks
again
like.
stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
No, it's
By the weight of
2845.
this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most
Very logical.
explanation.
I also have to try out some of these endings, see if they're possible to do as not bucket Stanley. Like this elevator one, can I do that without the bucket?
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
We're gonna be fine, bucket. Don't worry about it. We're gonna escape. Escape.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly
I'm so glad.
into enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
Where's the 2?
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
The bucket. Welcome welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the principle of
You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind that may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness?
the bucket exhibit. The bucket exhibit.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take
Wait,
a
where'd my bucket go?
like this and to
You
play
took my
it
bucket.
on his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will
My
ever
bucket.
be in his short
No, my bucket. It's gone. I will not look away. Bucket. I will look away. So many buckets. That one is special. 25 buckets. A photograph of 25 buckets. The greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of this euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. 1, 2, 3. Well, let's see. How many is there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. More than 25. A bucket with 2 handles. This bucket is depicted as having 2 handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. Inferno bucket. A replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died. And yet, in spite of it all, the simple fact remains: no one can control a bucket. Bucket. It's a bucket, the stress bucket. An apology, worrying, negating, forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance. Vulnerability equals size and strength of the bucket. Coping strategies equals rest and relaxation. Doing something you enjoy, rest and relaxation. Stress equals the level of water in the bucket, a stress bucket, presented without commentary. I understand. Of course. Bucket, look, once upon a time, they had a crack in the ceiling. They got a bucket, carry it up and celebrate it. Bucket, they got a bucket now. That person's gotta stick with a bucket. Those guys have a big bucket. Caves wrong while we know the buckets predate the existence of mankind. We do not know by how long this cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. I'm done. It was just for that.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Bucket. Bucket. Bucket. The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance inevitably is for our own good. Bucket! I expected to fall.
There is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Look at it shaking. Can you see that shaking? That thing is... I'm dead. The end is never the bucket. The end is never the bucket. The end is never the bucket. All right, let us continue.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life. As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all. Stanley clutched the bucket.
All buckets. All buckets. Homestuck number.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed
And
the
there
bucket's
never will
warmth
be.
and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase.
2 more endings to get until I think I've gotten everything that I can think of. I'm going to check the achievements after that and see if they give any clues.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this record, Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
And I haven't redone the non-bucket endings. I haven't done those. I only did enough endings to where I could go and start the new content. As soon as I reached the new content, it's been bucket the whole time. Buckets all the way.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Nah. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff I gotta unlock. But we'll get there. We'll get there.
But of course, Stanley and the bucket thought better of it and realized they simply had too
Very much
to
so.
live for.
Too much.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley...
We need to make sure to pay attention to the dialogue. Because this is new, because as the bucket.
monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Whole bunch of numbers. What's that one up there? Infinity? The top one. What am I going to say? Pirate. I don't know, I guess it said employee up there. But employee what? I didn't see a number. Employee. I'm gonna need to go up there. Employee fired.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
All right.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
The system is down. The system is down. The system is down. The system is down. System is down.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls.
Bucket, how could you?
Horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Birds.
Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
Oh!
The mind controls were only a facade to disguise...
Makes so much sense. Silly birds.
Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, living through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was short.
Very much so.
And Stanley was happy.
Two crows. Oh no, I didn't get to see them all. All the birds. Oh no, my bucket. Gotta get my bucket back. Where am I? This is different. Bucket. Let's go.
What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
The system is down. The system is down.
Still no
The
one
system
was
is
there.
down.
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the
It's
bucket knew all along?
time.
Bucket guiding
The
him?
time is here
This is certainly the
where
most
we will close the final curtain. We'll go down the elevator to the mind control facility. We know the game will end. It is just me
Stanley and the bucket walked straight
and
ahead
my
to the last
bucket.
thread, mind
We
control
go
facility.
and end this game with a bucket.
On an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock.
What
Everyone
is
in the
a
office was
man
being videotaped.
but a miserable pile of secrets?
The bucket
It's not how the song goes,
and it very nearly burst into
but I think it's better
gently,
though
reassuring
the
that everything
timing's off. The syllables don't match. But I don't care. I need to fill time.
the
narrator talks. Stuff he's already said.
It didn't wish to do. What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
And we'll do it
No! He screamed.
my
His own life in someone
way.
else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the
Come on,
entire
Bucket
world.
friend.
At this point, he
You're
could
my
trust
friend.
no
I trust you, Bucket.
except for the
We will escape together. We will watch bird videos at home.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content.
5.
Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power.
Still haven't found the
For he and the bucket would
achievement
dismantle the
on the free
control
achievement unlocks.
Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley
Yeah.
and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life.
That's a weird way to watch a movie, but okay.
One they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket. Go to any lengths
Wait.
to part with the bucket.
Wait, when did I get a follow, Water Dragon?
Stanley can't leave this
No, I fixed it. I fixed the follow notification. It should have done the thing. It should have been the bam, 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 bam. Dang it! I spent forever before stream getting that fixed.
Isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley goes. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Thank you for the follow from an hour ago. Well, game reset. That makes me mad. I went and did the stream elements thing. Got all that. I'd spent... Man! What happened? Why isn't it working? I'm gonna test it real quick. I want this to work. What happened? Okay, I'm gonna pick the test button and see if it's working now. I am upset. I spent so long making sure it would work before starting my stream. Nope. Nope, it's not popping up. Dang it. Let's test it again. No. It's just not there. The tests don't work. I do the preview live on stream and nothing happens. My stream elements is dumb. I hate this. We're supposed to work. Why do you not work? Maybe if I hide it and then redo it, and then that's a test. That's not real. That's also loud. Maybe, I think. That's not a real follow. Well, it's working now, I guess. Oh, you couldn't hear it? Huh. I don't know how to make the sound work. It's weird. I could hear the sound. Well, that's weird. I heard the sound, but you couldn't. I don't know how to do that, so I'll mess with that some more later. Let's get back to the game.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, let me check out some achievements. Set all setting sliders in the menu to all the available numbers. Let's start looking at these achievements. Don't play the Stanley Parable for 10 years? 10 years? 10 years. Well. Complete the Stanley Parable in under 4 minutes 22 seconds, not including load times. Play the Stanley Parable for the entire duration of a Tuesday. Today's a Tuesday. No, wait, today's a Tuesday. But I didn't start it on Tuesday, so don't have it. Alright, settings. 50, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, back to 50. No, not 50. 75. The center. 70. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. Invert Y on, off. Control vibration off, on. Language English. Deux. France. Italiano. Espanol. English. Large, very small. Large, very small. Medium. Let's turn that to 100. Let's turn that. Well, see, it skips. I think that doesn't count. So let me just slow this slowly. Got to be a world champion at settings. You see. On, off. I don't know if I did. I think I skipped on the subtitle background opacity as well. So let me go through that real quick. No, it said to stream for the entirety of a Tuesday, though. I'm not streaming for the whole of Tuesday. Not stream entirety of Tuesday, but play the game for the entirety of a Tuesday. I think it means like for 24 hours. From the start of Tuesday to the end of Tuesday. Maybe I'm wrong. All right, let's see. Back to 100. Dun, dun.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Man, I'm getting it. Is that what I said? I meant I didn't start at the start of Tuesday. This is what I meant to say. I failed at saying it because I speaks bad. I speaks badly. Settings World Champion trophy earned. Now, if only I could get back to the new content. But I've already done that. I can't go in that door. All right.
Now this, Stanley thought to himself, this is a bucket. And he was.
All right. I'm going to try something real quick. No bucket. Speed run. Go, 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 go. Beat the game.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Should have started a timer.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
Come on, dude.
That kind of anxiety...
No, I got to beat it in the fast time. No, go open it.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Gotta beat the game in 4 minutes and something seconds. Yeah, oh, sorry. I will stop. I will only do that for this run from now on. I need to turn up the sensitivity. That's what needs to happen. I should have turned the motion sensitivity up. Oh wait, I think it is up. Is it up?
Walked straight ahead through the large door.
I think I might have left it at 10. I kind of prefer that. He turned so slowly before.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. did he have the strength to find out?
Speed running.
Was jumped to life.
Speed
Their
running.
Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No.
Oh yeah, I definitely kept the sensitivity up. I love this so much better.
His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery...
I hope I beat the game. It means this ending.
blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange...
Still don't know where my friends, all my co-workers went.
...into the chamber? He realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley
Was happy.
was happy.
Happy Stanley. Achievement? Nope. So either that's not what I needed to do, or I was too slow. Alright, let's see. Let's look at all the trophies. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So there's only 5 more trophies for this game. Chess trophy, please ignore. Speed run. Don't play for 10 years. For the entirety of a Tuesday, and then get all the trophies. Okay. Crystal, give me a hint for the redacted thing.
To go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Tell me where to get
No
started.
matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Ba 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 ba. Oh, does it have something to do with the settings stuff? Because it was telling me when I started the game today, next time I boot it up, to put my favorite number instead. It's like, you've entered the number. You're doing such a good job setting the clock. Oh, you're fighting a boss. Sorry. Jack and Daxter, War of the Monsters. So many games to play. I mean, I'm playing Final Fantasy X right now through the subscription thing. Alright, I'm back in the game. I assume I was supposed to start it again. Please enter the current time. Well, you told me to enter in my favorite time. So, what is my favorite time? Let's see. Can't put 1337. Let's put 1111. There you go. You know what? Now let's put the current time. Let's just put the current time. It's 12:27. Kinda. What time? Let me see. Let me wait as the clock turns. I'll do it at 12:28. Got 30 more seconds. You know what? Nah, forget that. 12:20. Well, I'll look at what you're saying first. Nah? It's not about this. Okay, so I don't know. So it's separate from this. I'll also do 12:28 then. No. I want to do... I don't have a favorite time. Lol meme. Lol meme. Lol meme. 420. Ah, 420. Your favorite time of day. Or could you simply not resist giving me... Could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious about how accurate 4:20 a.m. is. Let's use another slider to find out. Oh, it's so inaccurate. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders. We've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip a couple new ones up. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. Well, I'm going to accept the game again. If that's not what I'm supposed to be doing, let me know. I'm going to go ahead and do it anyways. Just let me know what I need to do. And then once I get back into the game, I'll go do that. Coo. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Well, let me look at the TV, not the TV screen. Okay, yeah, it looks good for you guys. Just barely visible. Please adjust the slider until the dog and cat are friends. Oh, friends. No. No friends. Friends. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 9. That is the number 9. I like this number 9. I like that number 9 too. But nah, I'm going with the Roman numeral Final Fantasy 9. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Which of the 2 made-up words below is most appealing to you? Aku Boinkal or Scrumtush? Oh, Scrumtush. Oh, completely Scrumtush. Please don't adjust the slider. Okay. Do you know what time it is right now? No? What time is it? Is the time that is right now the correct time? I guess, probably. What is time anyway? Yeah, what is it? What is time? Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Nah, I'm an open book. Help. Help! Of course. Will you come back to visit me? Yes. I'm definitely going to get my brother and sister to play this game after I'm done, too, so you'll be able to see them, too. Let's go back. Let's go back and visit. Let's go back and visit. Crows, crows, crows. Written by Davey. Written by Dave. What time is it? Does anyone really truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game's settings to your exact specification, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now, the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. What? No. Video games were meant to be played alone. No. You like being alone, don't you? That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. Epilogue. Epilogue. Many, many years later. We're back here. Got some logs. Got a fire going. Got my chair. Can I get in the chair? Let's see. Think I can finagle my way up here.
Storm. My chair. So many chairs. So many chairs. Turn my back to the wind so it doesn't get in my eyes. Look at these rocks. Oh. Didn't even get to go anywhere. I need to make sure I'm going places. The sun is setting. Or is it rising? Either way, I will turn my back to it. No, I will walk into it. Oh. No! 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 The dream! The memories! Memory place! What's that over there? Oh no. The memory zone. What is this? A TARDIS? A red TARDIS? The escape pod! Bucket! 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 I found you! You escaped! Oh, Bucket, you made it! Oh, Bucket. Bucket, you made it. Oh, Bucket. Where do we go, Bucket? Do we head to his place? There's not really much else we can do unless there's something on the other side of it. There's that hill over there, but I think it's just background. Because there's that hill's on pretty much every direction. Is that a generator? Let's go see. Can we climb on top of the house? Let's go try to climb on top of the house, Bucket. Oh, we can see through that wall, Bucket. It's the windows. Oh. Doesn't look great in there, does it? Let's check behind the house real quick. So quiet. Is the generator on? Do we need to power it up? Looks like it might be going already. Very quiet if it is. Memory, sweet memory. Oh, the pictures are gone. Oh, man. Collectible room. The Stanley Parable 2. In loving memory of the Stanley Parable 2. Not too many memories in it, is there? That's weird. Textures on that are weird. Wait. Okay. They didn't put a texture on that side of the wall. It's only got textures on one side. They didn't expect you to be able to crawl back here. Yep, you can see the lamp. Hanging from nothing. Same thing over there. Look, you can see, unless that's, yeah, those are walls there. They didn't expect me to be crawling around. This is what I do. Solid finds obvious bugs. Bugs happen to Solid. Me, I'm a little rat crawling in the walls, looking for stuff to be broken.
exposing textures that aren't on both sides. Cookie Nine's blog! Cookie Nine. Review the Stanley Parable 2. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teamed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole? Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing, I must say, though. I found the bucket to be quite comforting. A welcome reprieve from... It's the future! What happened in between 2013 and 2027? Review the Stanley Parable 2. Sorry I haven't been blogging too much. Okay, so there was a break. They stopped. Review SNRAF 3. Sunday nights Freddy's. SNRAF. Protected Post. Cookie's Corner. We need to talk about sequels. Go Guy on review. Stanley Parable 2. Pistol Order 0999 on review. The Stanley Parable 2. Boblin on Cookie's Corner. We need to talk about sequel. Boblin on review. Stanley Parable 2. Go Guy on review. Parable 2. Uncompromised gaming content. Oh no! I made them too much of friends. I knew there was too many hearts. I was like, let's only do a few hearts. And I went full hearts, full biggest hearts. Cat dog born. Scientist confirms hybrid species. I created cat dog. Cat dog. Cat dog. I created a real cat dog. The slider said to make them friends, and I slided it all the way, and there was full hearts. I should have listened and stopped when they were friends. How could I have known? Jim. I've got to see Mark's version of this. I wonder how he reacts to the gem. Because gem is a thing. Gem is a Mark thing. I don't know if you've played his Markiplier in space, but there's a whole section where it's like, Gem on the news, Gem, 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 a million gems. It's Gem, 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 Gem. I'm sure he loved the gem bit. Stanley Parable developers. No more spin-offs, no more sequels. When Stanley Parable launched to a massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise, but disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been farther from the truth. Press release goes to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Lowest aggregate review scores in video game history. Second. So probably third lowest. Third lowest second only to something. Get on the green. Influencers, entertainment, animals, garden, reviews, tech. It's my name. What the heck? That actually, what the heck? Why did that do it? That's stupid. That's stupid. Okay. Moving on. I may be happy for some dumb reason. Yeah, it's probably because it's like the narrator hasn't been here. It's like the narrator's gone, and then there's some little thing. Stanley. Someone said Stanley again. Oh, the collectibles. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Hello again. I found you. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developers said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together we are going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also need a really dumb subtitle for the game. Something loud and gaudy. Go ahead. Try combining some random words together and make a new title for our game. Stanley Parable 3. One with the... Well, choice has got to be there, because that's what Stanley Parable is. Or... Ooh. Now with added hole. It's absurd. I love it. Pocket full of baby. I almost picked Crocodile Baby. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1, and then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content recycled again and again and again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say as well. Oh yeah. Good. Then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you've put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken trophy, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. All right, there. The trophy machine is all fixed. You see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. Yo, you're my friend. You're my friend, so I'll put my favorite time. Stanley Parable 3, now with added hole. Car. Anything else gonna happen? Drive by? Same car. Begin the game. Now, can I go get... Let's see if this has changed.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employed.
I don't think anything will change because the settings person said that there wasn't going to be anything else changed about the game. I'll skip it.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Now what I need to know...
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Finally, yes, the bucket.
I can bring the bucket to the new content!
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
I can get to the machine, I can make it work! Oh, I'm gonna have to run through this whole thing again because I've got to get to the new content. I've got to get to the new content.
And thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
This is going to be another 4-hour stream.
Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
I have so much more energy. I once again, as soon as I got home from work, I took a 3-hour nap. Well, 2-hour nap.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
And now I feel so much more energized.
I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Wait, Stanley, I've just now realized that bucket you're holding. It's the bucket I've been working on for
Yeah.
the sequel. How did you get your hands on it? Isn't this the preview to the sequel? How do you have the bucket already? This makes no sense at all. Hold on. Did I already show you my ideas for the sequel? I don't remember doing that at all. You're seeing things all out of order.
Will I have no jumps still? Yep, no jumps.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Still no jumps.
The infinite hole, the giant door. Did you see them already? Stanley, none of them are ready yet. I'm still developing them. They're not even close to finished. How did they look when you saw them? Were they captivating? Were they
Take me to him now.
Did they fulfill on the promise of everything that a sequel to Stanley Parable could possibly be? Had I figured out how the hell to make a sequel to this game? Wait, if you're still carrying the bucket around with you, if the bucket is interesting to you, that means I must have made it correctly. Yes, you carrying the bucket with you everywhere is exactly what I set out to accomplish. The bucket is the exciting and captivating new content that I promised. I did it! I win! I made a sequel to the Stanley Parable! Yes, the sign is correct. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Thank you for taking the bucket everywhere with you. Clinging tightly to the bucket, never letting it go. It means I've won. It means I am victorious over the gamers. It is a sweet salve of victory on my soul. Thank you for enjoying the new content. The bucket is the Stanley Parable now. They are one and the same. There is no Stanley Parable without the bucket. I win, 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 I win.
Bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone.
New content.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. One man, one bucket, one chance to seize their destiny.
Return to the Stanley Parable to Expo Hall. Can I get a second bucket?
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version.
You know I've seen this already, right?
The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one
Stanley Parable 2. Yeah, I've got the bucket. I know.
Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first
Second time ever.
the Stanley Parable 2.
Yep. Been here before. Very fun, my dude. Very fun.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities.
Just the
It could
two
go
of
in
us.
so many different
We can make
directions.
it if we
This is
try.
what
Just
fans
the
have
two of
truly been asking
us.
for.
Just the two of us.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
I'm making sure I didn't miss anything. That's new. Or not new, maybe I just missed it. Sequel ideas, Stanley can throw axes. Stanley gets boons from goods. I can't read that. Artistic intimate wife scene. Free roam mode. More famous narrator? Nah. Dress up mode. Microtransactions? Proper gameplay. What? Nude Stanley, New York City jetpack fuel canisters. I've read that. 2 ferns.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
First things first. Second bucket I have got to get. Look, he didn't even give the speech.
Wait, the
There are 2 buckets here. How did you get a second bucket? Oh no, the warmth and comfort of a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful. With 2 buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me?
No!
Oh, thank God. I didn't lose you. Stanley, the power of 2 buckets was too much. I had to destroy both of them. I know how much the bucket meant to you, but I couldn't take the risk. I hope one day you can forgive me. For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful? Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay,
I'm
here we
Jim.
go. Let's take a
Jim,
deep
Jim, Jim,
clear
Jim.
your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person.
I am Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting
I'm
up the
Jim.
backstory. If you
Hey,
don't
I'm
know
Jim.
role-play,
Jim's here now. Jim's back. I'm actually Jim. Oh, Jim's playing the game. Oh, button. What says my name? Does it say Jim?
Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish.
What do I do?
first.
Hey, Jim. I'm Jim. You say the name Jim?
Allow yourself to become
Button that
Jim.
says the name of the player who's playing the
Imagine
game. My
yourself
name's
striving
Jim.
to work as Jim. Playing all right,
I'm Jim.
Whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very
Jim.
hard on? See, if you only played a button, that would have been your name the button says. Instead, I can't even think about it. I'm taking the Jim button away. Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable 2. They would appreciate what I've created here.
I'm so upset.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the... well, we'll figure that out later.
Settings world champion.
Ah, I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion trophy. Well done.
You did it.
You've experienced
Great job. You did it.
Travel to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting. Something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider and that it'll be accessible from the settings menu. We'll sort out the rest of the details later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable.
Well, technically, I'm in the Stanley Parable 3 now, so... Bumpscosity. Oh, let's turn it to from 0 to 100. 1,000. Let's turn to 100. Turn to 1,000. Oh, 1,000 bumpscosity. Love it. You are the champion of setting all the sliders to all of the possible numbers. Please enjoy this room. This is your room. It was made just for you. They will never set the setting sliders to every possible setting. Before I do this, out of order. You've been here already. Narrator, you're not going to say anything? Free trophy.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the trophy will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
All right, let me get it. Yeah.
As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... Wait, what in the holy hell is going on? You got the trophy? Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh, God. Composure?
Well, I am streaming this, so we are being watched.
Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
Well, there we go. We got it. We did it.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Let's get the other balloons.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
This one. Give me a balloon of this guy.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Well, I think that's it. I don't have a bucket. I'll go check out the hole. I'll go check it out. I'll see if it's any different.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in
Don't
fact
care.
a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be...
Now let's see. If I get to the end of this, what title screen am I going to get? Am I going to go back to the Stanley Parable 2
right.
title
Have you
screen?
seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
I've done pretty much everything I can think of to do in this game. At this point. I mean, there's still endings I haven't got.
Do you like
on
all of the new
non-bucket
features?
mode,
Yes, I
but
know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together.
and there's
as
some
one
trophies I don't
single
have.
coherent video game,
But I think I've done it.
I can feel it
I
in
think
my
I've
soul.
completed the
It's
game.
going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere.
I just hit 4
Let's
hours
do
stream
an
time.
experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay
Okay.
experience. Okay.
Sure.
Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable
All right.
2.
Man, you got 36 jumps back there. We got a bucket. How do I jump?
Well, I mean,
Is there anything I can
potentially,
climb up
right?
here?
It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes. Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Epilogue.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags.
2
And I do
buckets?
very much enjoy
That's
it.
too many, dude.
But they don't
3,
add
4
up to anything.
buckets.
I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, this is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something.
Well, let's see what happens. I am curious.
Go ahead.
My guess is it'll go back to Stanley Parable 2, and then the next time I launch the game, it'll say Stanley Parable 4. First, let me click start. I want to see the blue balloons.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company.
All right. Quit to menu. Stanley Parable 2. Let's close the game. And then let's launch it. And then this should be the end. The end is never the end, is never the end, is now. Hey, Davey. I think the beginner's game was the name of the other game. Ooh, Scorpion. Well, it is 4. There's 4 quarters, so we'll be at the quarterly sequel. Spectacular quarterly sequel. Well, it's still the Stanley Parable 2. Huh. I guess I probably have to beat the epilogue again. Well, that is it, you guys. It is done. Stanley Parable 2 streams. I beat it. I beat it. I beat it. I beat it. You did it. You beat the game. You did it. You beat the game. I've got to speed run the game though. What do I have to do that? Do I have to like restart the game completely? Do I need to like reset save data and then beat the game super fast to get that?
And what truly counts as the end of the game? Like, what if I did all the turning the game off and on and off and on and did all the sliders and stuff? What if I did that before even playing the game? With no save data? Would it have still unlocked the epilogue? Or do you have to have played Stanley Parable 2 first? I'll probably figure that out on my own. I plan on having my brother and sister play this game. We'll see if they even like it. I don't know. But I've done it. I've beaten the Stanley Parable. Sony PlayStation third-party relations. Yep. It is done. We've beaten the Stanley Parable. Still got 4 more trophies to get. Speedrun. Don't play for 10 years. %15 of people have gotten that. 15% of people have changed their clock's timer to make it 10 years. Well, anyways, yeah, I'll get this, and I'll get this, and then after that, I will see you guys in 10 years for when I get the Super Go Outside achievement. So wait, the boss room one, because I went fast to the boss room one, and he's like, "You're too fast." We're gonna listen to some new age music. Do I need to just pause there for a bit, let him say what the code is, and then put it in, and then it opens automatically? Huh. Oh yeah, I've got to get the Tuesday one. You know what? Tuesday stream. Tuesday 24-hour stream. We're going to do the 4-hour baby game. 4-hour baby game. I mean, that's barely any. That's a sixth of the day, right? 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17, 19, 20. It's 1/6 of the playtime. Oh, so if I just do it again, he knows that I like to speed through it. So let's try to do that real quick. Let's skip the opening video. Let's run. Let's not get the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming new age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Okay, so reset.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise. Descending deeper into the...
Okay, reset again. Reset again. Just before the 2-door choice. Just before the 2-door
All
choice.
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
That's like barely any time that it's going to shave off. I know what they're saying. It's the hallway, right? And the bucket's in the hallway and you don't pass through the offices. Is that a guaranteed thing to start happening, or?
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm going to reset it. Let me just try doing it this way. I'm going to try doing it.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm going to try to make it.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind
Okay, I'm going to try to do the little jump thing again. So I get a few seconds saved.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret...
Oh, I landed on the corner. If I'd stayed on the corner. Oh, that would save so much time. I could skip each deal.
Monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
I could save a few seconds.
Of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers, the lives of
First
so many
time.
individuals reduced to images on a screen.
Hell, spirits of Arago.
One of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Hello. Kamuto Winters. I am very much confused. I am very much confused. I think I looked at that too long, and I think I lost time on this.
Mind control facility.
I'm going to reset.
Horrible.
This is it.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Speed run, speed run, speed run, speed run.
Here's the door.
Can't, okay. I can't look at chat. I can't look at anything. I have to focus. I have to focus on speed run. Run, run, run. Okay, I'm going to do the railing. I'm going to try to get on the railing.
Mind control.
Hopefully I don't fall to my death. I mean, I guess I should wait for it to raise a little bit. I don't need to jump to it while it's in the dark.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have...
Oh, dang it.
to find
Automatically fell off. I got stuck in a part.
Now the monitors jumped.
Yeah, there's a tall bit in the middle of the fence that you can't
The
cross.
number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers, the lives of so many individuals reduced to images on
There's a post sticking up and I couldn't crawl along that.
eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring
Come on, come on,
job?
come on.
That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He
I need to set a timer next time so I know how fast I'm going. Because I think it's supposed to be 4 minutes, 22 seconds.
Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery... blackness and a rising chill.
Now I just gotta wait.
Was it over?
Was it over? Did I get the achievement?
Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber...
Will Stanley reset the entire game just to have jumps?
Not knowledge or even power that he
Yes.
had been seeking.
I will replay this entire game and not waste all my jumps. I will. Someday. I've got to do it sooner rather than later. The sooner I do it, the sooner the 10 years comes.
Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped...
And 10 years isn't too long. The original... There, speedrun, trophy earned. Boom!
Upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Nah, you didn't need to warn me about it. It made it all the funnier. The fact that I could never do it again. Even now, when it reset the game. Even now, when I was replaying this and got to go there again, there was no jumps.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Hello, first time chatter.
Stanley
Sandwiches.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had seen Mr. Mann.
You came right as soon as I'm about to end the game. I've literally done
The end is never the end is never the end is never the end. Waiting input. The end is never 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 the end is never. I beat the game. I've been getting all the trophies. Yeah, the mug was so good. The mug was amazing. Literally all I have left to do in this game is play the Stanley Parable for the entirety of a Tuesday from start to finish. Tuesday start, Tuesday end. 24 hours. And don't play the Stanley Parable for 10 years. That's all I have left in achievements. That and obtain all other trophies. Well, only one last thing to do. Time to go to one of my favorite endings to end this.
Came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Wait, this is a new instance of the Stanley Parable 2, right? Okay. No trophies. I know there's a way to change this office. Don't remember how. Okay, go do your dishes. I'm going to end the stream with a song. I'm just going down here and doing a song real quick. How much game time? Let me see how much play time. Does it say? Can you check how much you've played a game? Well, I don't remember. I don't think you can see how much playtime you've played a game. Throw by game, forget what night it is? Yeah. Yep, I gotta go to bed. Like I said, I already slept a couple hours before starting up the stream.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind.
Best way to end the stream.
Welcome.
When this song ends, the stream ends. Like, I'm hitting end on the stream. So, thank you all so much for joining me on this Stanley adventure. This was very fun. I loved re-experiencing this game. Even the stuff that I've seen before, it was so great to see it again, because it's been 9 years. 2013 is when Stanley Parable came out. Well, I think it was the end of the year, so it's almost been 9 years. Yeah, so thanks again. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being here while I redo this adventure and see all the new content, the wonderful new content. Me, the narrator, Stanley, the bucket, mannequin wife, the adventure line TM, the computer, the serious room, the fireplace, the pencil sharpener, the broom closet, the fern. All of us, thank you for joining us all on this wonderful adventure.
Good job. You did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job. You made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Jumped
Should have been careful. But now it's in the day. Yeah, now it's in the day. Believe in your ability to cross the barrier. Chase your dreams. Anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, we did it. We did it, everybody. Thanks for watching. Bye.